Again, for anyone joining us online, the council has just called the meeting to order and recessed into an executive session, a confidential session of the council pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101I to discuss potential and pending litigation. This executive session is slated to last approximately 60 minutes until 7 p.m.
Executive session will be extended till 7:30 for another 30 minutes. Thank you. We will be extending executive session another 15 minutes to 7:45. It's nice to see you all here. Looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you. Special meeting is now closed or adjourned. The regular meeting is now called to order. Roll call.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Culver,
Present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Sassen,
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
and Mayor Herbig.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. And now the land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgement to honor First Peoples. We acknowledge the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Saxwaddle, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. And now we'll move on to the flag salute. So now we're on to agenda approval. We'll accept a motion to approve the agenda, removing item B.
So moved.
Which is, apologies. We're removing
Exceptional trees.
item B, amendments to the exceptional tree ordinance, section 1857.063.
So moved for posterity. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no opposed, the agenda is approved. Now we're moving on to proclamations, starting with National Recovery Month, to be accepted by Cathy Assata, Substance Use Treatment Director at Center for Human Services. Whereas behavioral health, including mental health and substance use disorder, affect all communities nationwide, but with commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. And whereas National Recovery Month is an opportunity to celebrate people that make the journey of recovery possible and spread the message that people can do and recover. And whereas through National Recovery Month, people become more aware and can recognize the signs of behavioral health issues, and people in need of recovery services are encouraged to seek help. And whereas we encourage the community to recognize the signs of a problem, to guide those in need to appropriate treatment recovery support systems. And whereas the 988 system allows for an alternative means for supporting someone who needs behavioral health support in times of crisis rather than calling 911. And whereas it is critical that we support those in recovery and in the service providers who help them, promoting a culture of empathy, support, and empowerment. And whereas the City of Kenmore continues to support organizations such as the Center for Human Services, who takes pride in preventative and responsive programs for behavioral health treatment. And whereas the observance of National Recovery Month continues work to improve the lives affected behavioral health issues by raising awareness and educating communities about the services that are available. Now, therefore, I, Melanie O'Kane, Deputy Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as National Recovery Month throughout the City of Kenmore. And we do have Cathy Assata here. Would you like to come make a statement? Please. And Cathy is is the Substance Use Treatment Director at Center for Human Services.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for the support that the City of Kenmore has given to Center for Human Services for many, many years, and hopefully continued support as we continue to work together, especially for the different programs that we're embarking on with the RACER program and things like that. We've been working really hard to end the stigma of mental health and substance use. And somebody much, much smarter than myself once said that the opposite of addiction is not abstinence, it is connection. And that's what we firmly, firmly believe. And it's community, it's love, it's belonging. And that's one of the things that we strive for. One of the things we've really been working on is bringing community together to work on changing the narrative and ending the stigma of asking for help and reaching out. And we've been working on Narcan trainings. And I did bring one of our Narcan kits. We're a community Narcan provider. And so I want to offer one of our Narcan kits, and we have many, many more. So,
well, Cathy, thank you. We would accept that. And I really like the statement you made about connection is the cure for addiction. It's true. And I'm sure that in this room, there isn't a single person who hasn't been impacted by substance abuse in some way, shape, or form. Would you like to take a picture with us?
yes, please.
Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation for Suicide Prevention Month to be accepted by Marc Oommen, Executive Director of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, also known as NAMI Eastside. Whereas suicide is a major public health crisis that impacts individuals, families, and communities nationwide, with more than 48,000 American deaths each year. And whereas Each death directly impacts numerous family members, friends, colleagues, and community members, and the ripple effect of these deaths is immeasurable. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race orientation, income level, religion, and background. And whereas the city of Kenmore joins mental health advocates, prevention organizations, survivors, allies, and communities united to promote suicide prevention awareness. And whereas it is essential to promote suicide prevention awareness and to support initiatives aimed at reducing the stigma surrounding mental health issues. And whereas the city is a part of the Regional Crisis Response Agency, otherwise known as RACER, who provide consolidated and standardized regional mobile crisis response services for the 5-city collaborative region. And the city continues to make additional efforts such as promoting the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And whereas the city of Kenmore affirms and supports local organizations like our partner, National Alliance of Mental Health, Eastside, who are on the front lines of promoting advocacy, education, and public awareness so that all people impacted by mental illness and mental health conditions can build better lives. And whereas we encourage all residents to take time to inquire as to the well-being of their families, friends, and neighbors, to genuinely convey their appreciation for their existence by any gesture deemed appropriate. Now, therefore, I, Melanie O'Kane, Deputy Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2024 to be Suicide Prevention Awareness Month throughout the City of Kenmore. And I'd like to invite Marc Oommen to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marc Oommen, and I'm the Executive Director of NAMI Eastside, the East King County affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I wanted to thank the Council for recognizing National Suicide Prevention Month here in Kenmore. This month serves as a powerful reminder of the need to support mental health and prevent the tragic loss of life due to suicide. Suicide impacts many in our community, often in silence. Each year, 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youth experience a mental health condition. These are real people, our friends, family, and neighbors who may struggle quietly, unsure where to turn for help. At NAMI Eastside, our mission is to destigmatize mental health and ensure that everyone feels valued and empowered to seek support. We offer numerous opportunities to learn about mental health and suicide prevention, and we provide support groups almost every day of the week for individuals and families affected by mental health conditions. All of our programs are free thanks to the support of community members and partners like the City of Kenmore. On October 10, World Mental Health Day, we will host our annual gala, Healing Through Connection, to celebrate community efforts in ending mental health stigma. We invite Kenmore residents to join us and support NAMI Eastside's mission to help everyone affected by mental illness live healthy and productive lives. Thank you again, Deputy Mayor O'Kane and Mayor Herberg and council members for this proclamation highlighting Kenmore's commitment to mental health. Let's use this month as a catalyst for continued action and advocacy. Together, we can create a community where no one feels alone and support is always available. Thank you.
Marc, thank you very much. Would you like to join us for a photo? Next on the agenda, we have Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month. to be accepted by Marisol Bejarano, Director of Health and Wellness Programs of a Latino Educational Training Institute, otherwise known as LETI. Whereas each year, Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month is observed from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the rich histories, cultures, and contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans. And whereas the term Hispanic or Latino refers to a person's culture of origin, those who identify having Mexican, Mexican-American, Chicano, Puerto Rican, Cuban, or other Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans make our nation more vibrant through a diversity of cultures, languages, and religions, there is no single story of the Latin or Hispanic experience, but rather a diversity of contributions that enrich America's culture and society. And whereas generations of Latino Americans have served in the American Armed Forces to defend liberty and advance democracy around the world, and whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans continue to enrich our region's economy, culture, education, politics, arts, history, literature, science, and technological developments, despite institutional and systemic injustices that prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. And whereas the Kenmore City Council reaffirms its commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And whereas the city recognizes the invaluable force of the Hispanic and Latino American community as an invaluable force in shaping this community and making our city stronger and our city more enriching, we honor the enduring spirit, resilience, and achievements of Hispanic and Latino Americans, acknowledging their profound impact on our community, the society, and our future. Now, therefore, I, Melanie O'Kane, Deputy Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15 to October 15, 2024, to be Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month throughout the City of Kenmore. Marisol Bejarano, if you'd like to come up and speak.
Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Marisol Bejarano, and I am the Director of Health and Wellness Programs for the Latino Educational Training Institute, otherwise known as LETI. And I would just like to thank everyone. It's an honor to be in representation of LETI. We are both humbled and proud to accept this proclamation recognizing Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month. This month is not only just a celebration of our rich cultures and contributions, but also a vital opportunity to spotlight the ongoing challenges our communities face. We celebrate the resilience, creativity, and determination of Latino individuals who have shaped our nation and continue to inspire future generations. Together, we reaffirm our commitment to education, empowerment, and advocacy, ensuring that every voice is not only heard, but it is valued. Thank you for standing with us in this vital journey of inclusion and unity. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Would you like to join us for a photo, please? Thanks. We have one more proclamation. Falls Prevention Awareness Week. Whereas every person, regardless of their stage in life, deserves wellness and stability, and whereas falls are the leading cause of injury, death, and the most common cause of non-fatal injuries and hospital admissions for trauma among those 65 years old or older. And whereas the city of Kenmore strives to continue increased public awareness and educate older adults, caregivers, and healthcare providers about risk factors of falls and how to prevent falls. And whereas many falls can be prevented through evidence-based interventions, physical activity, home modifications, regular health checkups, including vision and hearing, and talking to your family and asking for support. And whereas Falls Prevention Awareness Week provides an opportunity for individuals, families, and organizations to learn about fall prevention strategies and to take steps to create safer environments. And whereas the city joins organizations and partners to raise awareness of preventing falls, reducing the risk of falls, and helping older adults live without fear of falling. Now therefore, I, Melanie O'Kane, Deputy Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City of Council, do hereby proclaim the week of September 23 to 27, 2024 to be Falls Prevention Awareness Week throughout the City of Kenmore. We want to encourage the community to play a role in falls prevention and empower older adults in taking action to reduce the risk of falling. Thank you. Now we are moving on to where's the fun? Where is the fun, Mr.
Deputy
City
Mayor
Manager?
O'Kane, we do have our recipient online with
I
us.
forgot.
She's
Oh,
just,
I'm
she's
sorry.
just not in the building.
Thank you. My apologies, Mary Pat O'Leary.
That's just fine, Deputy Mayor, no problem. Truly, I want to thank you and the council for this recognition on behalf of the Seattle-King County Falls Coalition. As a registered nurse with the Area Agency on Aging for Seattle-King County, I am privileged and honored to work with city, county, and statewide fall prevention efforts. As a nurse, we often talk about scope and severity. You can have one serious fall and it could be fatal, or you can have multiple falls with bruises, and people say nothing really happened. In 2022, accidental falls actually were accounting for 50% of all injury-related deaths in Washington. So I am truly honored that there is recognition on the importance of promoting health and wellness for all those living with fall risks. And am privileged again to represent the King County Fall Coalition. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. And Falls Prevention Awareness Week is a time that I always like to recognize and think of former council member Milton Curtis. It was the first time when we did this proclamation that I understood what a hazard falls are and how important it is for the safety rails and support that we can have for our seniors and people in need of that support is. So thank you so much for your good work and bringing attention to this incredibly important issue. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Well, it's been a few weeks since we've had a council meeting, so we've had a buildup of important and exciting events. So we're going to quickly talk about three things. The first one is just a few weeks ago, we had an event by an organization called Nexus, which is founded by a 15-year-old Inglemoor High School sophomore named Tanvi Arhakapudi. And she's also a published art author and has appeared on national television. But she produced this event at the hangar around mental health and was well attended, and there were tables provided by multiple agencies. And all in all, it was just a really great event. And it's just wonderful to see initiative like this being taken by a sophomore at Inglemoor High School. So pretty cool. Also, our very own Councilmember Deborah Shrebnick, in her volunteer co-creator capacity, produced the Kenmore Quad again, the second annual Kenmore Quad. And this year it was sold out. And despite the rainy cold day that it was. That was August 24th. It was I understand it was the coldest August 24th on record. Still had a lot of people come to the event. Just a few people decided not to come, but still really well attended. And had over 44 volunteers that helped with the event. And this is the kind of event that not only provides a lot of fun for the community, but also puts Kenmore on the map. So thank you, Councilmember Srebnick, and your volunteer role for the city. Appreciate it. And then last but not least, we have also one of our very own, Maura Query, who happens to work for the city, but also in her volunteer role, she put on the Children's Business Fair later that afternoon on the 24th. And she heads a group called Thoughtful Citizens of Kenmore. And so she had a children's business fair. There were 68 youth that participated. There were all sorts of products, including succulent terrariums, published books, varieties of art and jewelry, home decor, candles and bath products, pet products, squishies, and more. So this event keeps getting bigger and bigger. I believe this was the fourth one. Yeah, and it's just a wonderful thing to see these young people learn what it's like to run a business. So we like to call Maura not just a co-creator, but a super co-creator for all of the things she produces in our community. So thank you, Maura, and thank you for running such a great event. And that's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think this council couldn't agree more with what a superhero Maura is in our community. And if you want, I don't know if you mentioned it, I think you may have, she was in the Seattle Times just recently for that event as well. So if anyone wants to see a little pride in the Seattle Times, it's a nice article to read. Okay, now on to the good stuff. Public comments. Welcome to the council's meeting. Please address your comments to the mayor and council. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If there are more than 20 speakers, time will be reduced to 2 minutes per speaker. The clerk will call your name when it's your turn. The presiding officer may choose to alternate between in-person and online comments. Please state your name and city of residence to keep within the allotted time. To make every person feel welcome and safe here, please refrain from booing, clapping, heckling, yelling, or other interruptions. The meeting is being recorded for transparency. Thank you for being here and for sharing your input respectfully. Ms. City Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have 9 guests on site wishing to speak and 1 virtual guest. We'll take the first 5 in this order: Jeff Sneddon, followed by Patrick O'Brien, Dakota Rash, Tracy Benishinsky, Cara Macias.
I'll try to make this brief. My name's Jeff Sneddon. I live in Lake Forest Park, obviously Washington State. I'm a co-founder of a Lake Forest Park group called CORE, and our focus has been on sound transit plans through our community. I'm a 20-year veteran at Microsoft. I ran data sciences teams there. I have a very keen appreciation for data and how it can be used to make business and financial decisions. I also understand how hard it is to get capital. It's very competitive. Money isn't infinite. We've spent 2 years learning everything we can about Stride 3, and particularly the plans through Lake Forest Park. It's a heavy cost for taxpayers, the section through Lake Forest Park. It's 50% or more of the capital costs of construction costs for Stride 3 to build a single northbound lane, dedicated bus lane. There's already one going the other direction. It's a heavy cost for our residents in terms of environmental and aesthetic impacts on our community, but we're not the only community that's had significant environmental and aesthetic impacts. So we're well aware of that. Our work has been explicitly focused on the business case. What's the value to transit riders? What's the value to taxpayers? What's the value to the communities? We've developed a presentation based on the data analysis that we've done. It is not emotional. It is factual, and it's based on Sound Transit data. We have presented this to our city council. We've met with a senior official from WashDOT, and we presented that to her, and we walked through the terrain. And then we recently presented to Sound Transit's mega projects manager. I don't know how much you know, I'm not going to get into that. And that led to a follow-up meeting that she scheduled with our mayor to walk through the terrain and better understand what is the issues that we're concerned about. The design in Lake Forest Park is 90% complete. That's very close to 100%, obviously, but only 60% complete for the section crossing Blechetla Creek, if you're familiar with Blechetla Creek. So there's plenty of design issues and concerns. Sound Transit has submitted 2 different designs, and they've both been rejected by WashDOT. But what we're asking is for 20 minutes of your time for us to come in and make the presentation that we've given. We have meetings set up, much to our surprise in a way, with very senior people on the Sound Transit board who have reached out to us and asked to meet with us. And we believe it has something to do with the fact-based, data-driven findings that we've created. We'd very much appreciate the opportunity to have about 20 minutes to present that. I left my email address, and just reach out to me and we'll follow up.
Thank you.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. First of all, anybody that's listening, I hope you vote no on the shoreline fire proposal. It totally takes the people of Kenmore out of the operational loop of our fire assets, which we've paid dearly for. And, you know, if you want shoreline to take over hiring budgets and where our assets go, then go ahead and support it, because it's a bad idea. Next, we have a reveille by me, which is a wake-up call on Lake Point testing. We've got all kinds of overwhelming evidence into Army Corps of Engineers, including their own documents calling for testing of heavy metals. Their verdict is still out, so any purchase of any part of Lake Point should wait till that happens at the very least, or you will have a great deal of egg on your faces. Staff was questioned on the maintenance facility selection, the secret deals, and the evidence and the testimony we've brought forward. The city has hired an investigator, and they wanted to interview me, but they won't answer any questions on whether or not the staff is going to be under oath, who they're going to report to. There's a number of questions that they're not answering. It looks like a cover-up when we know that there has been a misdeed in the selection of the maintenance facility, because that's going to put us behind $30 to $70 million on top of a Lake Point acquisition. We could be in debt $100 million with a town of 23,000 citizens. So that is just blows the budget out. You want to see mental illness? Watch all the people lose their houses over where the taxes have to go on that. The next fun part is I saw the beach activity there for the triad or whatever it was. Well, you know, Log Boom Park's not even supposed to be a beach, and it's not tested as a beach. And you have these people trotting out in what I know to be very polluted sediment. And we encourage that. That's called an attractive nuisance. If you ever get sued as a city, you will lose your bonding authority. Absolutely. The town will be bankrupt. So some testing would at least allow you to say, well, we tested it, we didn't find anything, or we tested it and holy heck, we're not having this event again. So protect the city, protect the citizens, protect the tax base. Then I noticed a bunch of awards that have been posted in the far corner, the west corner of City Hall, and it seems a little self-serving to put up awards that you basically buy from League of Cities. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dakota Rash. I'm a resident of Lake Forest Park. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to speak on the tree ordinance, even though it's been removed. So hopefully that may be relevant in the future. I don't know, but I prepared the comment, so only 3 minutes of your time. TLDR, I don't super like any of the proposals. I think we should leave strong environmental laws alone because there are a dearth of them. We don't really have many. I think option 4 was the best as it resonates of the realities of balancing environment and necessarily dense eco-conscious development. Option 5 would be my second preference. So just generally, I was concerned that we are considering, just concerned about the situation in general. It's highly reminiscent of the downfall and milquetoastification of similar environmental laws like the like SEPA and its national equivalent. They come as a result of public support and concern, and then private interest groups come in and that are restricted by those laws, and then those laws become weaker. It's not a great trend if we want to continue to protect our vital ecosystems. To give some specific commentary, I'm not a fan of amendments containing language like require developer to explore or the verb pursue. Those really don't mean do anything better. It just means do more homework, and that hasn't typically worked. Maximum extent feasible. Who determines what is feasible? This pitches back to operating under the wrong baseline within development as the default. And again, it just kind of makes you say that you thought about trees without actually protecting them. Also, feasible quickly translates into maximum profit. So, demonstrate that no alternative exists where you can't keep trees and still make the profit you want. So a better alternative would be to have what you already have, which is a strong environmental law with prohibitions. I don't like defining trees more narrowly. One flaw of the Eastside screens, which did this, protecting old growth trees at 20 dBH, which is diameter of breast height, is that it simplifies what is a very complex relationship. Old growth trees and trees that could become old growth trees play very vital ecological roles, and we're still figuring out what those are, but they have to do with where those trees are, what other species they're nearby. So simply reducing it to like a measurement, while it could work if it's like a baseline, say for example, if you have a tree that's over 20 dBH, you don't even think about doing anything to it. It doesn't work as the end all be all consideration. So overall, I get what we're trying to do here, but I think amending things, environment for density in the way that was being proposed doesn't quite get to it. The density we need is density of affordable housing of mixed use and in areas that are already developed, not near wetlands or that would require removal of numerous significant trees. So you can do that by building in considerations into these laws if you must amend them. Do things like require considerations of affordability, the number of trees removed, or the surrounding area. Thank you.
Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. Good evening, Honorable Mayor in the cloud, Honorable Deputy Mayor, and Honorable Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you tonight to share my thoughts about the proposed amendments to the exceptional tree ordinance that Council passed in 2023. I heard earlier that this item was removed from the agenda, but I will go ahead and share my thoughts, add them to the conversation now anyway. The amendments that were proposed in options 1 through 4 are hard to read as anything but an undoing of the protections that you worked so hard to put in place. For this reason, if they come back, I urge you to vote no to amending the exceptional tree ordinance. In the case of option 1, developers could remove any tree, regardless of size, from any lot they wanted to develop. Yes, they would have to demonstrate that they tried to retain the exceptional trees. But beyond that, all they would have to do is ask, and at the discretion of the city manager, one person, they could cut down the trees. We have seen a variation of this play out time and again in our community. The city works with a developer in an effort to retain a tree. An example is even included in your agenda packet, and we lose the tree anyway. It is true that we are living through a housing crisis. The fact that we need more housing is undeniable. The idea that we have to give developers license to cut down any tree they want in order to provide that housing is questionable at best, dangerous at worst. Over decades, developers and their interest groups have systematically weaponized the housing affordability crisis to oppose climate progress, energy efficiency, and even basic safety and consumer protection. Developers and real estate investors have hit an emotional nerve that reduces the complexity of capital markets, foreign buyers, and gnarled supply chains to a gotcha, so that they can pursue unchecked development in ways that lock in lower energy standards, higher emissions, and urban heat islands for the next 30 years, likely more, and patterns of development that don't benefit people or the planet. What they're missing is the both and. It's not housing or trees, it's housing and tree equity. To deny the feasibility of this is to buy into the language of profit margins that benefit the few at the expense of the many. Housing is a public good, just like electricity, safe roadways, and healthcare. Those in this business should have to follow basic guidelines that ensure equity for everyone, including the equity that comes from having access to mature trees in urban neighborhoods. These trees shade us, clean our air, protect us, and sometimes even provide spaces for healing hearts and minds. I look forward to working with you and our community, your actual constituents, not special interests, to provide housing while retaining exceptional trees. We can do both. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Macias, followed by Elizabeth Mooney, Jim Myers, Nancy Hansen, and online, Stacy Valenzuela.
Hi, Kara Macias, Kenmore, Washington, Deputy Mayor, Council. Tonight on the tree ordinance, just a few things. So when we went through 1110, there was great concern that we would lose our suburban tree canopy, that we would be shoehorning more $1.3 million townhomes into lots. And here we are again. We're at this pickle. Missing middle is not housing affordability, it was housing choices, and we're backed up into it again. We're gonna lose our canopies, you're gonna lose our trees, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the sidewalks for it. I'm urging vote no, don't change the tree ordinance. And I think particularly when I look at option 5 and we start to reduce lot sizes, we reduce setback heights and increase building heights, that's a huge concern. We are trying to shoehorn more homes into these lots and less trees. I think at this point, we need to focus on building where we can and not expanding into the suburbs. The Urban Land Institute, I'm really urging you guys to take a deep look at the downtown element. They've done a really good job at laying it out for us. Please keep this in mind, keep it top of mind, keep it a focus. I know planning commissions worked really hard on what they had on turning this comp plan update over to you, but it's not holistic. And again, it's piecemealed. We just got this Land Institute, so please keep it going, keep the downtown. That conversation happens with affordability housing, with building the downtown without spreading out. Third, I don't know how much pull you guys have on this, but if you have connection with North Shore School District, I know there's a school meeting tonight. We lost a bus stop behind Safeway for 21 to 23 low-income Hispanic kids. They are walking 0.8 miles to school. They are elementary school kids. If you guys want to please reach out to North Shore School District. If you have pull on this, these are kids that don't have parents that will advocate for them. I'm asking you to advocate for them on their behalf. Thanks.
Hi, council and staff and citizens. Elizabeth Mooney, citizen of Kenmore. For more fun, we're doing more fun next Saturday. Streamfest, Log Boom Park. Rah rah, please be there. As salmon are making their way home, it's time for Streamfest 2024. All are welcome to join this free family event. Log Boom Park between 1 and 4 p.m. Come and stay as long as you're able. There'll be kayaking, community science, water monitoring, fish printing, fly fishing demo at 2 o'clock to 2:30. Pin your salmon on your watershed, wetland, updates on the sturgeon. So come and have fun. Music, there's also music. It is hosted by People for an Environmentally Responsible Kenmore, PERC, and Snow King Watershed Council with generous support and participation from City of Kenmore and community and nonprofit partners. Funding, direct and in-kind, comes from the King County Wastewater Treatment Division, City of Kenmore, and project partners. If you have questions, reach out. I'm here. And my number's on this flyer. And thank you, City, for putting it on the top 4, maybe. Okay, number 2. I really support you asking for those buses. There's a mom that is at Safeway, and I just talked to her, and she's at the meeting. I'm coming here to talk about the trees. Please listen to all the people who spoke about the trees. And I also talked to Jim Howard on the way here. So regarding the current code, it has a definition that defines non-native trees to only be exceptional if greater than 48 inches diameter. I support what our Kenmore friend and experienced professional Jim Howard suggested to you, that the code be revised to make the non-native exceptional tree diameter be 24 to 30 inches instead of 48 inches. Please accept this as a proposed revision for you to take forward and have it be 24 inches. It would have saved a redwood that got cut down. Number 3, but don't forget Streamfest, fun, Saturday, 1 to 4. Okay. I did put in a comment to Army Corps. I'll cut to the chase, but I think that the city, since we might want to get a piece of Lake Point, the Army Corps did receive comments from citizens about the berthing channel because Glacier wants to dredge. Hey, you could ask for the Army Corps under the ordinary high water mark, they have jurisdiction. Test the whole berthing channel for toxins. And that's it. Streamfest, next Saturday. I'll be there early. I'm going to get coffee for myself and hang out at the picnic shelter. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello and good evening, Council. My name is Jim Myers. I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1995. And I'm here to talk about the tree ordinance, which I understand you won't be discussing, but I'm here, so I guess we'll just do it. So I know a lot about fish. I know a little bit less about trees, and I know this council knows a lot about trees. This ordinance has been on your docket for some time, and I know there have been a lot of presentations. So I know you appreciate what the value of trees is to our city, and the kinds of ecological goods and services that trees provide all of us. And as Tracy mentioned, air purification, soil improvement, stabilizing soil, shade in our ever-warming climate, water retention. When we talk about storm events and floods, a fully foliated tree prevents half of the water from actually reaching the ground. And carbon storage. Climate change is one of the big issues I know that you've been working on. Here's a fun fact. When you double the diameter of a tree, the amount of carbon being stored goes up by 5 or 6 times. So if you lose a tree that's 40 inches in diameter, you would need the equivalent of 625 2.5-inch diameter trees to make up just the carbon, but you won't get all the ecological goods and services that larger tree gives. And so thinking about those big trees and really even going a step further and trying to bring more trees and more potentially smaller sizes of trees into that protective envelope that is the exceptional tree ordinance. If you look at photos of Kenmore from the 1920s, it's a moonscape. They clear cut everything. And so every tree that we see here, almost every tree, is less than 100 years old. It's taken that long for Kenmore to regain something that approaches what it used to look like. So I think it's important then to protect these trees, because another fun fact, guess how long it takes to grow a 100-year-old tree? That's a joke. I figured you could figure that one out. But it just seems odd after all the hard work that you have done and all of your due diligence to really, I think, put in off-ramps to an ordinance and undermine the intention and undermine the hopes of people to keep Kenmore green. And so I would encourage you to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Hansen from Kenmore. Let's see, I have a couple things. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the Planning Commission and all of the work they do. After sitting through a complete meeting until 10 o'clock at night, I thought, oh my gosh, you know, they really, really work hard. And the tree ordinance, I wanted to comment on that too. I agree with the things that were said about what Dakota and Tracy said, especially about all the facts that we need to look at. And the first thing I thought when I saw the change and I thought, why was that done? And then I realized it was probably the builders, some threat of a lawsuit. And I thought of Council Member Lautz's comment the other night about taking charge of your city. Well, I think that was you, wasn't it? Taking control of your city. And I thought this is a time when we need to look at that. We might have a challenge, but you've got to stand up to something, and we've got too many of them. So that's what I want to say about that. And then my comment tonight was about the fact that I went to a planning commission meeting where it said I could do public comments. And I thought, oh, this is my opportunity to say something that I had seen done in Kirkland that I wanted to share. And it turned out that it was all kind of said and done. They did listen and briefly go back and forth to decide whether they wanted to continue with that, the discussion of this issue, but they had worked so hard and it was 10 o'clock at night. So they just decided to go on and said that council was at the point of almost approving. So they would just send it on to Monday. And I thought, oh, I could take it to the council. And then I was told later after the meeting, I was told that the council just approves that night. They don't take public comments on an issue then. So I wondered what was going on. And is this part of SEPA and a legal requirement to listen to public comments? So that's my question tonight. I just have a question. I don't know, maybe I missed something at the very beginning. And I've looked at other cities to see what they do. And I saw that Redmond had a whole month with just on their surface water plan, they had a whole month of input from the community and a big survey online so people could comment, and I'm sure people were informed to do that. And I haven't seen anything about that, and it was kind of important to me, and I thought, now I'm going to have to wait a year to bring this issue up, and I thought it was an important issue. So I just, I won't get into that now, but anyway, because it's time up, but that's what I want to ask about tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, we'll now move on to virtual comments. Stacy, can you hear us? Stacy Valenzuela?
Yes, can you hear me?
We hear you. Go on.
Thank you. Good evening. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore resident. I would like to see added to the priority goals the will of the people, along with the top two of affordable housing and climate action. Please share what is the city's measurable improvement results from the last 4 years to show support in decrease of greenhouse gases, show measurable improvements to air quality, show measurable improvements to climate action, so that these are not just words and phrases. Show improvements to increasing really extremely low 30% and very low 50% desperately needed affordable housing, not 70 or 85% moderate or market rate housing. Show improvements of increase rather than decrease of our tree canopy. What has actually been planted by promises of developers, city, to replace those numerous chopped down trees while the ordinance has been delayed? We see too many opposite actions while the catchphrases are on the forefront. Our residents, our legislation fight so hard to get these protections in place for the intended use. Instead of opportunity to enforce and improve our public health and environment with climate action funding, actions that we can measure, we see actions that harm our residents and environment. We see actions that delay industry and land proper testing and active remediation to come into compliance. Both State and Natural Policy Act calls for review of impacts of proposed actions on public health and safety. Let's see action protecting Kenmore's most precious treasures. Let's see budget enforcement so priorities are funded. Let's put forward a comp plan with action stating that air quality will be improved in Kenmore, tree canopy will be increased, greenhouse gases will be measurably decreased, motivate with deadlines on industry to improve emissions and water quality as well as testing for remediation of air, water, and land. Let's redirect millions of funding available for use of crisis needs, city and resident priorities. If we continue the current path, it will be too late. I ask that you make decisions to remember to include all protections and preservations for our community. A primary stated purpose of RCW 4321A10 is to stimulate the health and welfare of human beings, as well as provide that needs will place increasing responsibility on all segments to regulate the utilization of our natural resources in a manner that will protect and conserve our clean air, our clean water, and the natural beauty of our state. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Kane. That concludes our speakers list for this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And I just want to thank each person who took time out of their evening to be here today and actually stay a little bit later for public comment with our extended executive session.
And for City Manager clarification.
Mr. City Manager. Did you have a question or clarification?
No, I have questions for the city manager to clarify. Just, I want to underscore two parts and just correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we're looking at what kind of testing should occur before any purchase of land on Lake Point. So that's the first question. And when I Google Log Boom Beach or Log Boom's water quality, I come up with a weekly testing at the beach. And every single week of the summer, it was open based on the testing. So I just want to confirm that what I'm seeing on both of those is correct.
So on Lake Point, if the city were to purchase Lake Point, yeah, my recommendation would be to conduct testing on the site prior to purchase. And then as far as Log Boom, that is tested, but I believe it's only tested for fecal coliform, and there might be other contaminants of concern that were talked about tonight, or at least alluded to. About 10, 11 years ago, the city had it tested for dioxins, and we had a health department. We had the health department look at that, and they concluded that it was suitable for human health back then. So we haven't taken any further action, but I do believe that that we should get that area tested for dioxins again. And our surface water, our environmental service director, Richard Soar, is here, and so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we update the surface water plan, we plan on doing some testing of those areas in the next year or so. And he's giving me a thumbs up. So.
Thank you for those updates. All of us in our community are very concerned about the health of our water, and we're glad to hear that we've got more testing on the way. I also did just want to complete my comment. Thank you for everyone who came here to speak tonight. Your voices matter. And if something hasn't been passed yet, your voice still matters, your input matters. So please return, share your comments and concerns so that we have your input and have more opportunity to ensure that we have full community input in these decisions. So without your voice, someone might not say what needs to be heard by us to make a difference. So thank you. Okay, on to consent agenda. Councilmember Culver.
Could I request a brief break as we were coming up on 3 hours?
How about we go on to consent agenda and at 9 o'clock?
Works for me, so moved.
Okay, so on to consent agenda. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda is approved. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation, eCity Gov Alliance and My Building Permit Backend Permitting System, presented by Tyler Running Deer, eCity Gov Executive Director.
While they're getting,
Mr. Oh, yeah, Mr. City Manager.
I was just say while they're getting set up, I can just do a quick intro. So Tyler Running Deer is the executive director of eCity Gov Alliance, and they run the permitting systems for a great many cities here in the Puget Sound region, including Kenmore. And Maura Query is here in her role as one of our permit technicians, and she's been working on the steering committee for this project that Tyler's about to tell you about. So if it's okay, Your Honor, we'll turn it over to Tyler.
Yeah, please welcome Tyler.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I will be explaining eCity Gov Alliance and My Building Permit in a little bit of detail, but more importantly, I would like to start a little bit of an unusual presentation. We'll start with the punchline, which is, this is a budget ask. So you can have that at least on your mind as we're having this conversation. And these are the years and the dollar amounts being requested from the city of Kenmore, so that you also have additional context of what this may be of value to the city. And also to maybe leave something mysterious, there's a coattail item at the end that I will also add, but I'll leave that for you to consider what that might look like. eCity Gov Alliance was established in 2002. It is a similar interlocal agreement organization to ARCH, Regional Coalition for Housing, which some of you may be quite familiar with. Kenmore was one of the founding member cities of the organization. It started with 9 cities, so it's over 20 years old. It is an interlocal agreement, but then was incorporated as a state not-for-profit organization. A little bit different than a nonprofit, but under state RCW, we were established and incorporated under 2 RCWs. And the purpose is to provide services to government, specifically around internet technology. And our focus around My Building Permit will be about a portal for online services. Just for some context of the board and its representation, these are the cities that are part of the executive board. The executive board, by our founding documents, is similar to a city council. It is the legislative body. They do not pass ordinances, they pass resolutions only. And I am the, what may be effectively city management for the organization. There are 2 non-voting members as part of the board as well for advisory purposes. You see those at the bottom. And your own city manager, Rob Carlindsey, is treasurer currently. So this is an appropriate budget conversation to have with you, with the treasurer here. This is just a snapshot of the website, and it is the MVP, as you may have been wondering, mybuildingpermit.com. And again, this started right about the time of the beginning of the organization in 2002. It predated a lot of technology in the internet and industry. And again, the focus was to provide the public access to government using the internet, which in 2002 predated a lot of common internet tools. So it was ahead of its time. You can see across the middle there, those are the kind of actions a resident can take: apply for a permit, look at their dashboard, schedule inspections, pay fees. Those are the types of services that the website and the organization offers. These are the types of permits that are on the left side available to residents and builders in the community. And then there are other services on the right-hand side, and I think a couple just to highlight are electronic payments, There are inspection scheduling, but there are also tip sheets which the residents and the public can utilize to review before they even apply for a permit, what is going to be asked of them and what are the standards that are required. The eCityGov Alliance has a goal of having some shared consistency with the permitting process and the standards, and that gets written into many of your own building codes because there's a group that works with common building code adoption across the organization. These are all of our customers. There's two groups of customers. On the left-hand side in letter bullets are the board or the members of eCityGov Alliance. And again, highlighting that Kenmore is one of those. And then on the right-hand side are the 11 other jurisdictions that utilize this service. Again, a website portal to receive permit applications for building and construction. So we have 17 jurisdictions that we're serving currently, including 2 counties. The next slide talks a little bit about benefits. I won't walk through all of it, but I maybe emphasize the left-hand side. What does the public gain as part of our services? More consistent access, online, immediate electronic accessibility to services. Again, this started in 2002, so predated a lot of online services today. Faster and easier, they can see updates. There's also a public site that requires no account to log into. It's called a status site. Some of our staff call it the nosy neighbor site. If the neighbor is trying to find out what is that big sign down the street and what's being built, we'd like to understand it. The public can go to that site, and if it's within the city of our customer, they'll get to see information about the project. So now this budget ask, what is this about? I want to explain a little bit about some technology and what we utilize, and we see it in 2 realms. One is what we call the front end, sort of like the front desk, but now virtual. So customers usually see it through a web application that they see online on their computers or on their phones as a mobile app. That's how they start to interact with mybuildingpermit.com, and they log in with an account. It's password protected, etc. Then there's the other side is the back end on the right-hand side, and that is where your staff doing permit processing are working through all the information taken in by the front end. And that's really the workhorse of the service. And MVP is exclusively right now the left side, the front end only. It does not provide the full set of servers and databases, file storage, and other workflow of the back end, just to clarify. And this is only a sample. This is not actual data. This is just to show you that in the back end, there's a lot of day-to-day processes that occur, like requests, actions, transitions, document management, user management, other actions, et cetera, that your permitting staff take in being able to review and accept permit applications. So eCityGov Alliance has received a lot of requests over the last few years for providing that back-end service. And going back a little bit again, we only are providing that front end. And so we've had a lot of customers ask us to do the full set of services front to back. And I guess only highlight a couple of items here to respect your time. We are intending to meet the community interest and demand for more expedited permitting, and some of it is to accomplish goals like affordable housing. There have even been conversations among jurisdictions in eCityGov Alliance to prepare more expedited permit types that allow for builders and organizations to accomplish that goal sooner. You'll see on item number 2, we're also entertaining this idea to build a new back-end service to meet existing law. Just this last year, this state legislature passed Senate Bill 5290, which was focused on electronic permitting across the whole state of Washington. There are many jurisdictions that are still using exclusively paper for their permitting, and electronic is not part of their repertoire. In addition, we will be able to provide even better service than some of the jurisdictions vendors that are doing this back-end service as I switch back again. The green portion, your organization uses a private vendor for that service, and we integrate with it for the front-end information to go back and forth, that middle arrow. So we want to be able to provide that full front to back-end experience. And we have been asked by that from many customers. The board started entertaining this back in November of 22. So we've been at this almost 2 years of working and planning with a group, and your own Maura Query, celebrated earlier this evening, was a representative on the steering committee for this work group and participated in many, many meetings. This is the current steering committee jurisdictions. And the steering committee is established by the jurisdictions that want to purchase this new back-end system. It's a cost-shared proposal, and Kenmore is one of those that is interested in participating in this cost share. I've highlighted most of this, but I'll say that the pros, again, are if we build this, we, as a not-for-profit interlocal government organization, a public organization, would own it and control it the same way we have for 20 years of that front-end service. Whereas the private sector, they are working toward a bottom line profit for their shareholders. We do not have that, so we are on a cost recovery basis only. There are some cons. There's a higher upfront cost, thus the budget ask. This is the request dollar amount for this new back-end database and system. And as a comparison on the right-hand side, we surveyed 8 of the MVP other jurisdictions, and I asked them, what did they pay for their last system? The average, you'll see, was significantly more than what we're asking Kenmore to contribute for its access to this new service. And then down below the annual costs, the average is also higher than what Kenmore would pay for an annual ongoing cost, just as comparison. During this process, the board also did consider, what if we rebuilt the front end? So I'm going to switch back here again to these slides. Hopefully there's not rapid eye challenges for the public. We would then rebuild the blue part, and we would build a new green part. And that's why the dollars, I'll go back to it, are broken into 2 cost categories here. The green is that rebuild of the front end. The yellow is the new back end. And then again, at the bottom are the 2 or 3 years of budget request. The 2027 on the far right is the ongoing cost for the full service back to front. I did skip over one item here, I apologize. Back here, the MVP rebuild consideration, what are the advantages here? We would be able to leverage the building of the new service along with rebuilding the front end. There's a cost efficiency, there's a design efficiency, and there's an opportunity to make everything that we possess future ready. It does have a higher upfront cost, obviously, because there's an investment required. And then we would work with a custom vendor that might not be our own government teams. We would outsource for that. And I did have a coattail item. The coattail item is that your own city manager took initiative to consider this, especially with the state passing law recently around electronic permitting. And the city manager and lobbyist for Kenmore considered all of this and thought that we should go to Olympia and ask for matching funding. And so all of the pricing that you see here possibly has the opportunity to be cut maybe in half if they entertain a matching fund of the investment from all the organizations participating. But that's to be determined, and the session is obviously not until first quarter of next year. So the coattail ask for council is to consider putting on your legislative agenda a support for a request to Olympia for half funding for this project.
And you might ask yourself, well, why would the state help out with that? The state's been under a lot of pressure over the years for cities to have better permitting processes and for them to be streamlined and consistent. And we could go to the state and say, hey, look, this is a group of cities that's actually helping, trying to solve this problem and be solution oriented. And this system that we're trying to build could actually be the model for a potential statewide system. So we think it's a good argument for the state to help us out in that respect.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Looks like Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, thank you. This is speaking my language. Just curious, like how many different vendors are there? Like if you have to integrate with 7 or 15 or like whatever that number is, sounds a little bit terrifying. I'm just gonna say it, but I'd be curious, like what is that number?
Currently, we integrate with 6 different vendors for that back-end service, 6 different back-end providers. And we continue to entertain integrations with any new ones. It's fairly straightforward for us, but modernizing to this platform, it'll be even easier. Likely though, most of the jurisdictions that participate working with us would have both front end and back end, and there wouldn't be a different vendor integration. But we would provide still the front end service to anyone that had a different back end.
Cool. And just thinking about public records, you all still wouldn't or aren't, or whatever the phrase would be, a like municipal entity. So people wanted to do a public records, they would still have to go to the individual cities. It's not eCityGov. Yeah. Cool.
That is correct. That is
Thank you.
correct. We also, even though we are payment card industry compliant, PCI compliant for protection of residents' information about financials, we don't actually capture that information. That's captured on each jurisdiction's payment side.
Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And do we have any other questions? Well, I want to thank you for your city manager. Sorry, I moved fast.
I love how the mic tells you that I want to talk.
Good trick.
We will be briefly discussing this with our state legislative delegation on Wednesday night at 6 o'clock.
Well, timely presentation. We greatly appreciate it, and the innovation and cooperation with other organizations to come together with something that hopefully will have a long-term benefit statewide. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thanks very much to Kenmore for being a founding member of the organization for over 20 years. Appreciate it.
Maura, did you have anything you wanted to share?
I was just here to answer questions if there were any.
Well, thank you. I just want to make sure I gave you the offer. Thank you. We will now recess for 10 minutes. We'll return at 9:15 and go to the business agenda then. Thank you. Okay, Kenmore City Council meeting is back in order. Now on to the business agenda, item A, comprehensive plan amendments. Planning Commission recommendations presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent, Principal Planner Todd Hall, and Planning Commissioners. Welcome.
Glad to be here.
Welcome, President of our commission, Dwight Thompson.
It's just the chair.
Chair.
And
You are
unless
chair.
you're gonna promote
I'm
me.
losing my language. Thank you. Let's get going.
Is the mayor
Mr.
still-
Chair.
Is the mayor still on?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and Mayor in the cloud. Good evening. Todd Hall, Planning, Principal Planner. Community Development Director Bent was just getting back from vacation, so I am here with you tonight to, along with our esteemed planning commissioners here. And tonight, we're gonna be talking to you about several elements of our comprehensive plan that they've been reviewing tonight. Also, we have with us Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer, who's in our staff table over there, if there's any questions regarding the surface water element. So tonight, we're going to be bringing to you, or Planning Commission is going to be discussing several elements. That includes the downtown element, community design element, surface water element, a natural environment element, table CFB, surface water facilities, capital improvements. That's part of the surface water element. And amendments to 2 chapters of the Kenmore Municipal Code, that being Chapter 1820, technical terms and land use definitions, and Chapter 18.55, critical areas. Since we've got a number of items, rather than provide you my normal staff presentation, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Planning Commission Chair Dwight Thompson and the Planning Commission, and they'll lead the conversation this evening on all these items. So thank you very much.
He always saves us when we, put our head in the sand. So, Your Honor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, I am Dwight Thompson, your chair of the Planning Commission. So from now on, I will call you, Your Honor, if that's okay. So I'm addressing, okay, we just gotta get this all figured out, Mr. Cloud there. So, so we do have we don't actually, we have our commission here, except for Commissioner Wyckoff, who had a work emergency, and Commissioner Quadri. Oh, Quadri should be on remote, and there's Commissioner Dorian in his normal mode up there. So I won't deal with introductions because we haven't had any changes in our membership. As a start, well, I wanted to address a comment that was made just so that, because I know that public input is a big deal. We did actually hear her concern. And in a rare situation, we actually asked her something, again, to make sure we knew what her request was. And then we asked our esteemed city planner, he's getting back at me, about her concerns. And he indicated that her concerns were actually already included in the natural environment element. And so that's step one. And step two is, I did explain to her that this was the public hearing of record and that it would be up to the council whether they needed or were required to have another public hearing. However, that she was always open to make public comments during the public comment period. So I wanted to clarify so you all didn't think that I had lost it after, yes, your attorney's already shaking her head. All right. However, even with that happening at our last meeting, as a start, we would like to let you know that we have a challenge for the council. We set a record for the commission last week, getting ready for tonight. We completed 5 public hearings in 15 minutes. Okay, and with responding directly to our solo person who testified. And and it was done by the book. So our challenge is on the table, and Your Honor, good luck. All right. Tonight, we are transmitting for your consideration the 5 elements for the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update and 2 code amendments. Those elements and the code amendments are on your agenda. The Planning Commission would like to acknowledge the tremendous work that your staff have done to get us to this point. We express our deep gratitude for them. We could not provide what you're seeing tonight without their work. So we have spent hours working on these items, had public comments, held the required public hearings. We considered all staff recommendations, reviewed and voted on each of the parts of these elements. We unanimously, well, it's really true, unanimously voted to approve these elements to be submitted to you for action. So with Your Honor's permission, we would like to go down the list in the agenda order. Is that okay with you, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
So the first up is the community design element. Commissioner Olson will present some comments on behalf of the commission.
Right, so one thing I just wanted to mention with the community design element before we continue on here is that while this was passed unanimously, some of us had some concerns that we were rushing through this particular element, and we intend to come back and revisit this element. And we intend to come back and revisit this element in the next year. So at this point in time, it was mostly just to make sure that we are in line with countywide policies and other policy updates that have changed, to make sure that we don't update this certain key features, or sorry, don't miss updating certain key features in the interim. I also know that some of us had wanted to make some more substantive changes to this set, but we are also still waiting on further work to be done from not ULI necessarily, but more intensive work as far as what approach the downtown, what direction we want to take the downtown element. So we intend to be revisiting this in the next year as part of the community design element. And I just referred to that when I meant to say downtown element, I believe.
Excuse me?
You were going to talk about this, weren't you? And I totally.
The downtown element?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
That's not up yet. We're just talking about community design, right?
Yeah, I just blundered over myself, and now I'm blushing because I talked about the complete wrong element. So in the community design element, I also have some items for the downtown element, and they're related, but I'm going to ignore the downtown element and leave that to Dwight Thompson. The items that I wanted to highlight are about the Park Once policies and working with Sound Transit and other agencies to try and mitigate the impacts of parking on our community, while also ensuring that we have locations for people to park. So Sound Transit, and this was in the previous community design element, and it's been amended and updated slightly in the most recent element, intends to build a parking garage at some point in time on the lot in King County. Sorry, not in King County, on the lot at our transit center. And in the downtown element, we also are emphasizing the potential need for a parking garage and leaning into a Park Once policy in the city of Kenmore, especially in the downtown region. I personally think that this is an important direction to help transition towards a more multimodal golf cart city and try and shift away from the vehicle dependency that we are currently in. It is, to me, not necessarily an evil, but just a frank reality of where we're at, that people do need parking. And I think you all know from talking with me in the past that I am not a huge proponent of parking. I tend to recommend that we reduce requirements. And so while that's needed, it's important to recognize that we don't get there overnight, and there will be a continued need for parking in the future. And this will ideally allow us to use that space more efficiently and make sure that more people have access to parking when they want to come downtown from the surrounding regions. Now that I've stumbled over my words and mentioned something that I did not mean to, I'm going to pass it back to Dwight.
And Commissioner Olson, next time you speak, if you can bring the mic a little closer to your mouth, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Will do. Sorry if I was whispering that.
We're still training you. That's a joke, by the way. So does anyone have questions on the community design element for us?
Not at this point. Thank you.
We're very happy about that. So we're going to do the downtown element, and we have provided this in writing to this city clerk, and she'll be providing that to you, but I need to read this memorandum into the record. It's a context for approval of the downtown element from the perspective of the Planning Commission and what we did. The commission unanimously approved the draft of the downtown element before you this, that's before you this evening. However, the commission only did so after reassurances from the community development team that this is intentionally an interim draft that will be revisited after a new strategy and plan for downtown has been crafted. Prior to those assurances, several members of the commission felt that our work on the draft was incomplete. This was not due to inactivity, but rather due to timing. While the old strategy and plan needs to be updated, the new strategy and plan are not yet complete. So the commission was stuck between the knowledge that a substantive update to our comprehensive plan for downtown is required and the reality that the documents that should guide that update are not yet available. Therefore, our updates have been a light touch only, amending text that we believe clearly needs to be amended in any future context. We are leaving other text as is until such a time as professional opinion on how it may be changed has been recommended in the policy strategy for commission review and action. The commission desires more guidance on how the planning process the council wishes to complete. Is there any other?
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, I really appreciate that memo. I had the same response. I felt like it was a light touch, to put it gently. And in particular, I'd at least want to have some assurance and a crosswalk between the ULI policy items that they suggested we consider and ensuring that those policies and strategies are within this draft. Or I should put that differently, that there is nothing in this draft that would preclude adopting the policies they say we should consider. There's nothing that flies in the face of those. And ideally, there would be some things that actually support those considerations. So that's, to me, the kind of minimum threshold. And also the things that you guys did, which is to essentially comply with countywide planning policies and state law and things like that, which is what I think what this draft does. It's kind of a floor. But I mean, it's good work. It's just, I hear that we want to do more, and I had the same response.
Thank you very much. And our esteemed city planner worked hard with us to meet the middle ground there. And also that you needed to do an element update by the end of comp plan update by the end of this year. But if you put it on our docket for next year, we're ready. We'll do it.
Just a clarification on that. I'm sure I'm wrong, but somewhere down the line, I have in my head that you can only update comp plans like every X years, but correct me.
Yeah, so this is part of the 10-year periodic update. That's the major update. But state law allows cities and counties to make amendments to anything in their comprehensive plan once per calendar year. So I think what Chair Thompson was describing was, because this is a periodic update and because we fully implemented the 2003 downtown plan, and we haven't quite decided or gotten even started on the next phase of the downtown plan, which is, ULI kind of gave us a toolbox of ideas. Staff and the commission agreed that we didn't feel that it was the right time to make a wholesale major change to this element until we really started thinking about what's the next strategy for that. And so we have the ability to make amendments as we go. However, point taken that, if there's some things that we need to make adjustments to prior to adoption, we certainly can do that. And I believe, I'll double check, but I believe that the ULI report was referred to in the references of the document. So at a minimum, we have their recommendations talked about in that element. So hopefully that clarifies the process at least.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dorian, may he speak?
Commissioner Dorian, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Oh, no problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, just a couple of things on Councilmember Schroeder's point. I think what we have done that comes in line with ULI is a few different elements. So one of them, there was language in one of the goals or policies around where investment would be focused, and we mitigated that language. So it doesn't say that the policy is to only focus public investment in one quadrant anymore, that it's open to move that depending on future planning. The other thing that we did that I thought was a large and important change, in past drafts, there was language that effectively cast all future potential development as a function of how it related to Lake Point. And we mitigated that as well as another thing. I think one other thing I wanted to mention, I did listen to the school board meeting this evening, and I think actually the parents in the Lakewood manufactured home community did a very good job of advocating for their students around the bus stop. But I also think it's worth everyone listening to that meeting, because they make the case for why it is important and pressing that we take a look at the downtown plans at the same time. So just to make that point as well. And one thing we did also do around the manufactured home communities was to remove some language that talked about some of them potentially not being retained. Until there's actually a firm plan around how displacement would be handled, we feel like it's best to remove that language, and it gives the city more scope as we think about future plans as well. So those are just some examples of how we did make some changes that would give scope to incorporate ULI recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dorian. Go ahead, next.
Please continue.
Great. Okay. This is Vice Chair Vanderleen.
Good evening. I just would add one comment here because I think we are coming to, without overstating it, a watershed point in the development of the comprehensive plan. In the past, I've been around long enough to say that.
Yes, you have.
What we'd have is redoing the comprehensive plan, relooking at that every 10 years. And that would kind of sit the way it is. You didn't have the rapid change of events that we're experiencing right now. So I think what you're hearing tonight is probably the first of a trend that's going to continue for a while. But we're going to need to come back and relook at many of these elements on an annual basis, simply because the rate of change, and as you look at ULI's recommendations, the complexity of what we're facing and we have to address is going to not be satisfied with the every 10-year review. We're going to have to look at it more closely. Also, a lot of these elements are really, as we've talked about earlier, spoken with you earlier about, are very interrelated. You can't really look at the downtown element, the community element, land use element, any of these separate silos as we had in the past. They interact with each other, they impact each other. So that's going to be part of the value of that annual, I think, increased annual review, is being able to go back and look at these as a group and saying, okay, here's what we're looking at. How does this impact a wider scope than what we've seen in the past? So just want to make you alert to that I think this is something we're going to have to account for. And I think probably the city council is going to have to consider as they write our docket annually. It's going to be a lot more complex than what it has been in the past. Thank you.
Commissioner Vanderleen, thank you very much or Vice Chair Vanderleen, thank you very much for your insights there. They were very helpful.
He clearly speaks for more than the majority of the commission, how we feel about all of these amendments. And we take all of this seriously enough that we look at this not at 10 years, but we're looking down the road as what are we going to do now that's going to affect us 30 years down the road, like the tree thing, like the missing middle housing. And there's a lot of issues coming right now that are going to affect us in 30 to 40 years. And we think we've got to get it right, at least try to, so that you folks can make the right decision and then flavor it to your combined thought processes there. So if I may, we're going to go to the surface water element. We have no other input actually that I'm aware of. And we believe the element is well drafted. We of course have environmental concerns, but those are best left for the natural environment element. Trying to, our director pounds that into our head constantly that we are not really supposed to double do the elements. So we follow her direction, don't we, Todd? Okay.
Councilmember Shrevenick appears to have a question.
Just a quick comment. So this element has, and again, good work on this, but there's a lot of shalls that were changed to shoulds. That's not trivial. And in some places, the shall needs to remain. But what I would recommend instead of any of it is going with the format of the other elements, which is just removing the city X and just going with the action word, the verb first, like all the other elements do, because then you avoid flagging the contrast between shoulds and shalls. And there are definitely places that, I mean, using best available science, that's a shall, not a should. And there are several places that are like that. So I just wouldn't even, don't even go there. Don't even flag it.
And we appreciate that. And especially like the point that you just made. we were concerned that as a comp plan, that we didn't want to tie your hands for a policy that in the future may need some type of tweaking. And that's what our thought was. So not because you do adopt this by ordinance, so it does have some items here that could be used by others who are developing our city, and they could come back to you and say, you didn't do what you said you were going to do. And so we were very sensitive about that across the board. But we will take your feedback into our future work. How's that?
Well, again, I would be consistent among elements. So nowhere else do you, at least that I've seen thus far, at least in this set, do you use either shalls or shoulds. So I think you can just be avoidant.
Okay.
And,
yeah.
yeah.
Fine. Okay. Are we ready to move on?
Please.
Your Honor. Next is a.
Oh, Councilmember Culver.
Real quick, Commissioner Dorian has his hand up.
Oh, Commissioner Dorian.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. No. It's hard to see. I promise I won't do this every time as well, but I did want to make a note about the public comment that was made earlier. I think it's important for the public to know that they were heard. So the comment was that in Kirkland, in the surface water master plan, there is photography of the surface water assets that Kirkland has. And the comment was suggesting that we would add those to the element. So I think our question has been, do they belong in the element or do they belong in the surface water master plan for Kenmore if we are going to show photography of assets? I did just take a look at the surface water master plan from 2015 this evening. It doesn't have photography of assets. So if we did want something like that there, then that would be a possible place for it. But just to note that was the public comment and we did hear the public comment.
Thank you.
Planner Todd, would you like to repeat what the advice that you gave us regarding this item? That
I don't recall.
It's in the natural environment.
Oh, natural environment in terms of the
photography.
The photography. Oh, the maps. Commissioner Dorian, did you clarify that again?
Yeah, so it would be from the member of the public, Nancy Hansen, would have to clarify, but I think the comment was actually around photography of natural features to bring it to life for the community.
Right. Yeah, so we have an internal GIS department that does pull data from various sources. And so depending on what those sources are determines kind of what we'd be able to capture locally. And so we've updated, our goal is to update as many of those existing maps and documents as we can, and it's part of this comprehensive plan element. One thing that I've mentioned, this goes with maps and any other data that's pulled in a general sense, is that we get data and these sources from various folks. So it could be census or it could be Fish and Wildlife, and they are all these, I call them data collections, are done at various times. And so the extent or accuracy of those kind of varies depending on the source and where they come from. And so one question that was brought to our attention is, well, how come some of these data dates are from 2020 or 2022 or different dates? And that's just, again, from wherever the source is and when they've compiled that. And so I'd say just about everything that we do here from the city's work is we're taking from other sources. We don't develop our own things because that's already been done or accomplished from other agencies. So hopefully that provides some context.
Thank you. Commissioner Vanderland or Vice
Yes,
Chair?
I just want to make a follow-on to Todd's comment, which I think is very important to keep in mind. We are limited in the data that we have, as Todd says, because we are looking at a data collection that can often be many years, or at least 4 or 5 years behind the period we're planning for. And as you can see, much of the data that we're looking at right now and the conclusions that are drawn from that are pre-COVID and are pre some of the major changes that have happened in the economy. And we expect trends to change over time. So I think I would caution the city council as you're reading through these elements to keep that in mind and understand that these are things we're going to have to look at much more frequently because as we get better data, to be able to really understand where those trends are likely to take us over the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Olson?
Olson?
All right, hopefully I won't blunder this again after my confusion between the community design and downtown element, which I tried to present something that we wrote down and coordinated ahead of time, actually, and you heard the more refined version of that. Regardless, as far as the surface water element is concerned, I also did want to mention another portion of the comment from Nancy that evening, which was surrounding some of the maps, which I took a flip through the element before voting to approve, and I believe we have incorporated the GIS maps, the items at least that she mentioned. There is one thing we have not included in there, and I did not push on this, and that's simply because I believe we covered in the natural environment element, and that is counting some of the surface water features in Kenmore as assets in the surface water element. So that is one other piece of the comment that I think is worth highlighting for council. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. This just came to me in a comment from Commissioner Dorian, so thank you for prompting it. On the DEIA front, the term master, like in master plan, has some historically pretty unsavory connotations and uses. It's resonated with me because like in the tech world, we save code to places and we have what's called a master repository. And a few years ago, there's been a movement saying, no, we're just gonna call that main. That's gonna be the norm. So I wondered if there might be any, let's call it like wiggle room to potentially rename our use of it, or would that change need to come from higher places? Because you know what the state needs is a master plan and they might not know what a main plan is. Just a thought.
Well, this is a comprehensive plan. I'm not exactly sure. It's not a master plan. It is a comprehensive plan and it's set out in RCW, and the process and how we relate to you and what we can do for you and what we can't is all spelled out in RCW with a little bit of tweaking by the Kenmore City Council. So I'm not sure what other people, like there's the climate element of the climate action element of the comprehensive plan. And then you've also adopted a climate action plan, but that's not part of the comprehensive plan. That's implementation of the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to kind of explain a little, that's how I understand it. And I think most of you who have been around a bit, I think that's what you've been out ahead of us on a couple things. And so we take your plans that are out ahead of us and reread them and take notice. Did I answer your question, Councilmember Culver?
I'm not sure. I mean, mine was mostly around naming, and I know that's not exactly what we're considering tonight, but I think my question is probably outside the scope of this meeting on that same note. So I will hold straight for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Culver, and Chair Thompson, please go on.
Thank you. So the next one is pretty. Okay, next is table CF-B, capital plan surface water facilities. Now, this is as presented by the staff director for surface water management. We did not make any changes to this. Really, several of us see that this is a legislative issue, that if you were to make changes in the priorities, that's truly a city council issue. We felt that it was unnecessary for us to go further into that because you'll deal with that in your budget issues.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, please feel free to move on.
We're getting there. It's not exactly 15 minutes, but we're doing good. Next is the natural environment element. We worked now quite some time on this one. There are two particular amendments among probably many approved at the end by the commission. To give you a sense of where we are going, one was use mitigation sequencing when reviewing projects to avoid or minimize the 27 impacts to environmentally critical areas consistent with federal and state 28 guidelines. So we added that to be very clear what the city's position should be as far as being compliant with regulations and given us some backbone to go with it to assist the city in making people compliant, or developers or whomever. Another one was to control public access to trails and ensure where allowed recreational use and traditional cultural use where public access trails are carefully cited. 12 sensitive critical habitats and species are protected, and hydrological 13 continuity is maintained. Did I get that right? Okay. So we added those. Those were the last pieces that we added. We've been adding other things, as you can imagine. You've seen, I think you see the copy that's all marked up, although I think our esteemed planner did a lot of that work, as I mentioned. Without that initial work, we would not be here with this tonight, honestly. So that's yeah, and that's on that. Okay, any questions that for us?
Councilmember Shrebnick.
I want to be first if somebody else has to. Okay, well, I will. I have a few on this one. Great work on this. I mean, it's obvious that you deliberated on this, and it's great. I have a few, two small things in the kind of introductory section, and then a few on the policy. The introduction, page 3. You know, I only looked at the part that you guys edited. I didn't go through the whole thing, but and I just looked at things that just sort of leaped out at me. The first sentence of the environmental stewardship and sustainability, it says, many in the Kenmore community, blah, blah, blah. That makes it sound like not that our community isn't holy and that we're not wholly behind this. I would just say the Kenmore community has a high awareness and greatly values environmental protection. Just full on statement. I don't think there's any question that that is a value. Page 5, sort of in the middle of the page. It used to say future conditions, so it's that paragraph. Let me just see what the issue is here. Maybe it's missing a word in the wood burning one. I don't think wood burning contributes to air quality. I think maybe air quality degradation. I mean, some, you know, so there may be a word missing there. It was just a little confusing. And we're, you know, yes, we are mitigating impacts, but we're also trying to reduce the air pollution itself. So I would, you know, those are two different things, and I would just call those out, both of those things out. On the policy side, which is the more important, of course, let's get to the policies. They're here somewhere. And I'm sure there's other little nitpicky things, but short on time. So policy 143. Again, I was going with what leaped out to me. This one is very strong. It says prohibit development that does not blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm uncomfortable with that kind of language in this kind of a document. I think it's a red herring in the way that you have suggested shoulds and shalls. So I think about that one, I guess. Okay, and the next one, 149. What did I say on this one? 149. This one was worded in a way that was just super awkward to me. I wasn't sure what we were trying to say. I still don't know what we're trying to say. If you're saying that strictly monitor, you know, what is our policy statement? That we should strictly monitor our water sources to ensure safe and healthy water. I mean, I think it's just a way it's phrased is unclear. On 319, and I think I'm almost done here. 319, I think again, there's maybe a word missing. I couldn't parse this one. So just take a look at that one. And then there was a couple of 3, 12, and 13. And I read them 2 or 3 times, and I kept going back to, you know, what's 3.1, because they just didn't seem to fit with that section. So they're about, yeah, wetland mitigation and, I mean, I guess maybe they fit. I don't know. They just seem to kind of not fit with the section to me. On the implementation strategies, there's a lot listed there, and there's a lot that's not listed there. And so, I mean, do we need an implementation section? I guess I would maybe just reference other documents that talk about specific strategies. I'm thinking of the Climate Action Plan, for example. There's a ton of specific actions there that relate to this chapter that aren't listed, but some of them are. And so I don't know what's a cleaner way of just saying, okay, go look over there at that other document if you want to see the climate related strategies. I don't know.
Any other discussion on this item? Okay, thank you.
So lastly, and I'll take them together, are our amendments to the municipal code for chapter 1820 and for chapter 1855. Chapter 20 is technical terms, just plainly cleaning up the code. And the 1855 is more about the critical area code and specifically dealing with that. It is our impression that these are not substantial changes to the code.
Any discussion? Any questions? Councilmember Shrevenick.
Just a quick question. There's a few things that are crossed out under section C. For example, protecting slopes from erosion and sliding, addressing critical aquifer recharge areas. I mean, I know for a fact some of those are, I think, required. So I'm curious why we cut them out. Do we know why we cut some of those out? I'm thinking of the critical aquifer recharge in particular because it was such a novel word to me when I first learned it last year.
Yeah, these ones, I think these ones particularly, they may be addressed in another section of code. However, when I presented these to, I had to go through a lot of these amendments per Fish and Wildlife and or other agencies review. And so they gave feedback, constructive feedback. And so it's possible that these ones were, but I'll take a look and check my notes to see if this happened to be deleted for a specific reason. That's pretty much all I can give you at this point. I can come back with more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor. Done.
Wow. Well, that actually, considering how much work you put together here, went quite fast. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your commitment. It's really hard for me to measure the impact of your work, but I know how profound it is for us that you take the time to go through this plan, present to us, make the changes and updates, and help us make informed decisions here on the dais. You put a significant amount of time in, and your time is valued. So thank you for your outstanding work. And like you, and I think we heard it earlier when we opened on downtown element, we're looking forward to doing some big stuff next year. So I'm glad you alliterated how that possibility is for us, because it's something not only you're interested in doing, our community wants, the people here on the council, and I'm sure staff want to be working on. So we are, as Vice Chair Vanderland highlighted, at a change point. We're at a place where this element, the downtown plan for the city of Kenmore, is major. And it's not something that can just be pushed through in a short period of time. So I appreciate what you did so far. I know our council does. And so I'm not going to belabor this, but they say thank you again. And looks like Councilmember Sasson has a comment.
Just quickly, I want to say that I feel really cheered by the comments you made about things moving quickly at this time. I feel like that is one of the most optimistic thoughts of the evening, and I'm delighted that you articulated it that way. And I'm gonna hold it close. So we'll look forward to where we go next. Yeah.
And Councilmember Lutsis has a comment.
I just wanted to say it was, thank you for bringing this before us. It was a pleasure to be able to watch a number of your meetings and help me understand a lot of the decision that was going on behind the scenes. As a former planning commissioner, I understand a lot of the work that was put into this, so thank you. I do have some lists of other edits and stuff, but a lot of that's just technical, grammatical, simplifying words and things like that, or little changes here and there. Nothing substantive. I do appreciate a lot of the contributions that you all brought forward. I think it's very impressive. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Sherb. She actually took took a number of the comments I had on my list out of my mouth in a lot of the different ways. So I agree with her in a number of these different elements. So what I was going to say substantively that would have involved the commission has already been spoken for. So again, thank you. And, you know, I appreciate it as always.
Thank you. Well, Your Honor, I think you're going to only see us one more time if you're lucky, and that will be for the land use and the housing and social and human service element. We renamed it. And hopefully we'll have that for one meeting, and it's going to be heavy topic because we're jumping next week into missing middle housing. We'll know what that's like.
Yes, we're prepared, and we're really thankful for you jumping into that. So thank you. Thank you for your outstanding work. We look forward to next time. Okay, now where are we? We are on business agenda item C. First quarter 2024 financial report presented by Finance Administration Director Melinda Merrill to receive and file. Was it 11?
Good evening, Council. This is actually item C and D combined into one presentation. So I'm updating you on where we are at as of 6:30. So it's going to tell you everything you need to know for both first and second quarter of the second year in the biennium. So we are 75% through the full biennium. And so when I do my analysis of the numbers and look for discrepancies, I look for anything that's a larger percentage or lower percentage than say 10% from 75%. So that's how I kind of gauge that with some exceptions. So here we have our revenues in the general fund, and you can see if you look along on the percentage line, a lot of them are in that 75% area. One of the items that is not, that stands out is development fees and permits. And we've received some larger dollars from Pulte for their project. And so that is impacting some other areas as well for revenues, but that is driving our revenues higher than normally budgeted. Also, our investment interest is still up. We're earning a lot of interest compared to what was budgeted. So we are enjoying that for now. What else am I going to mention? Oh, the other thing that is in the development fees is $75,000 for North Shore School District. And we also received $200,000 for fee in lieu of affordable housing. So those are in those numbers as well. On the expenditure side, and for those of you who are new, this is just general fund that I'm focusing on. So in case that wasn't clear. So in the general fund, again, looking at that percentage column and what is varying widely from the 75%. Our HR budget is coming in low. As you know, we did not hire a HR manager, so that's the salaries and benefits that's not coming in. And we haven't done some of our interfund transfers, so that line item is low. For public safety, remember this is biennium to date, and last year we paid, we used ARPA money to pay, what's my number, 4.6 million of police dollars. So if that was in there, those numbers would be right around 74% if those costs were still in there. Housing and Human Services is up just a little bit. That is just additional activities that have been happening that weren't originally in that first budget when we first came up with an anticipated idea of what we were going to do. And yeah, I think that was all the items I was going to mention there. Any questions there?
Councilmember Lutsis.
Yes, I have a few questions. Thank you so much for that brief, concise report. I know it's getting late, so I'll try and keep it short.
And I have more too, so.
Oh, you do?
I do have
Okay.
more, yeah.
Well, then
so far,
I'll
yes.
actually hold on to them
Okay.
for.
Sure. Let me go a few more pages, yeah. So our general fund reserves, as you know, we are required to maintain 20% in reserve, and the requirement is 3.3 million currently, and we actually have 10.4 million. So we are very well reserved at the moment. So we're looking good there. Here's our investment schedule. We have bonds on the top part. So our securities are listed in the top part of the chart. And then below that are checking and savings, money with the LGIP. As you can see, we're getting healthy returns from the LGIP in addition to our securities. So that is what's driving that large interest income that we're getting. So now I'm going to go into the street fund. So our street funds are, the revenues are down compared to 75% of the year. And that is driven by mostly, and you've heard this before in the past, transfers that need to happen. So in the past, transfers have happened at the end of the year. And I've talked with our new accountant, Julie, who's here tonight, and we are going to do them more regularly, but she's new. So I want to do them quarterly so it doesn't show up as such a disconnect on this report. So that would bring up the numbers quite a bit there. And fuel tax, you can see, is coming in a little bit low.
Councilmember Lutsis.
I actually really like that, doing transfers quarterly if possible and if feasible. Just, I think it helps create a more clear picture when it comes to quarterly reports and everything. So thank you for that.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, and our expenditures. So this is coming in closer at 63% of our expenditure line items. The maintenance and operations are a little bit low compared to the budget, and capital expenditures are a little high, but in general, everything's looking in order. Surface water management. So by NAM to date, we are at 78% for our storm drain fees. Our expenses are a little low at 64%, and we are maintaining a cash balance of 1.2 million as of 6/30. On our impact fee revenues, we are bringing in a lot of impact fees, and that is for the park. It is, again, due to the additional buildings and structures that are happening right now, right? So all of the new construction, thank you. Thank you, Brain. All the new construction that's contributing into the park impact fees. Transportation impact fees as well, just bringing in more dollars there because of activities that are happening.
And in particular, one standout is the Polte project, 25 degrees condominiums right here next to City Hall.
Okay, REIT and TBD funds, Transportation Benefit District funds. We use the REIT funds for transportation, parks and facilities, capital projects, and then the TBD funds are used for road maintenance. We are spending a little under, or sorry, the revenues, these are revenues. Revenues are coming in a little bit under what we anticipate. The TBD, looking at the trending, it looked like we will get close to our target. REIT is coming in low and is projected to be low through the rest of the year. We have cash balances, as you can see, of 3.7 and 500,000. So in summary, our general fund revenues are slightly over at 78.9%. Our expenditures are a little below budget at 58.5. The interest revenues running high at 121%. Development fees and permits revenues are high, again, because of some larger projects. REIT revenues are lagging, and then everything else is tracking as expected. There aren't any surprises happening. And that is the end. What questions do you have for me?
Actually, Councilmember Culver, then Councilmember Lutsis.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody on the last slide said it just to make sure everybody understands. We were concerned about the general fund, I know, as part of the Financial Sustainability Task Force. And basically we're saying at this point, as of now, we are bringing in more money than expected, and we are spending a little bit below budget as expected. Is that?
Yes, I think a lot of that is driven by, again, new construction that's happening, that's bringing in a lot of money, and that's very cyclical. So as you're trending out and looking at the longer term, and the reason we had the FSP is because we are looking at the forecast and how are we going to continue to make ends meet as our costs rise faster than our revenues come in. So we can't continue to count on the level of revenues for all the new projects that are happening.
Right, totally. And I should have written in about this, I apologize, but I have been digging into the auditor's site, which, we file our reports, they've got all the stuff and they've got some cool reporting tools. I poked around at this sometime recently, and there are a couple of things that it flags. One is surface water management, which it calls cautionary. And everything is good, which is amazing. There's like 11 indicators, 9 are good, which is great. One is cautionary though, the change in cast position on surface water management. And the other, there's an indeterminate on our debt load for surface water management. Sorry to not flag this again ahead of time. I apologize. Just had a big agenda and a lot to prepare for today. But is that something you could speak to at a high level? Like, what do those trends kind of speak to, or where do they come from, or like how big of a concern should that be? I guess, do you think?
Well, I haven't seen what you're talking about, but I will venture to say that, we recently revised all of our swim fees. And so that is coming into play now. And so we are going to be building up healthy revenues in our swim fund. So I guess whatever was thought of at that point in time because that's usually historical data that you're looking at on that site. I don't know.
This year's just recently filed, I think, back in
Yeah,
May
but
or
it was
whatever.
from 2022.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's a little bit older and it doesn't reflect current state and all the changes that we've made. So we are going to be bringing in lots of revenues in our swim fund.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
If I can add to that, oftentimes when it says cautionary, there's usually an explanation for it. And again, I haven't looked at it. I can't say this is the explanation, but what I've seen in the past is you often have a transfer to capital that causes the fund balance to go down. But oftentimes those, and especially in our case, those transfers to capital are intentional, and we're still maintaining the minimum, if not exceeding the minimum fund balance. So I'd have to take a look at that to see if that's the case for 2022, but that's my bet, or my guess, is that we did a transfer to capital that year.
Cool, appreciate that.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Yeah, just a few things. Thank you again. So I noticed in the memo that was sent out attached to this packet that there's a significant drop in development revenues. I believe it's on page 431 of the packet. In that there's like this line graph which shows, and then right at the very end, I think for the last 5 or 6 iterations, it's just a steep decline to one of the lowest points that we've ever had. And I was curious if you could maybe speak on that a little bit, why that might be, and if that's something that we should be concerned about, or how that sort of impacts our financial state looking ahead?
I'm gonna look to the city manager to see if he'll, I just don't know the trend.
Yeah,
It's that one graph that has all the history going back.
I don't have an explanation for that.
Okay, I was just curious since I know I see it dropping, yet I know in terms of the line items in the budget to date, when it comes to development fees and everything, we're over 100%. So I'm a little curious why it shows us.
I mean, my guess is that if I'm thinking of the right graph,
Mhm.
is that, you know, we're a small city, there's only so many projects that are going to be happening. And so over time, right, that's gonna level down. And so we are budgeting and projecting our forecast dollars based on where we are today. So regardless of what happened in the past, I mean, it impacts, but we're using that information to then project what we're gonna do going forward, if that makes sense. So that's, all of that feeds into the FSP work and saying, okay, here's what we're predicting for the future and where our revenue's coming from. And this is why we need to bring in other sources of revenues, because we're not gonna be making what we were in certain areas.
Oh, I'm looking at it a little closer now. That's not very concerning to me. You can see that right before that was the highest ever. So yeah, that just speaks to how cyclical these things can be, or how they could just jump so quickly from one quarter to the next. If you go back, you can see in July of 2018, it hit that low as well. But yeah, this shows some volatility for sure. But overall, our revenues for that revenue source are tracking.
Okay, thank you. And that probably explains then why biennium to date or whatever it may be that we're above that 100% threshold, is because average, you know, speaking, that's where we end up. A couple other questions. Mr. City Manager, you might have an answer for this, but I saw in here talking about walkways and waterways and our payment into that, and how much this quarter we've paid into that. And I'm a little curious, could you remind me how much more time and money we have for that specific bond measure?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm probably in the neighborhood of, let's see, we issued the first set of bonds in late 2016.
Yes, 2016.
So 20 years after that.
Yeah.
And then we issued the final tranche several years later. So we probably have about
2021, I think.
2021. Yeah, so we
2026,
probably have about 17 years left on the other 10 million.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't need anything precise. I just couldn't remember. I was reading through and I noticed that. The one last question I had is regarding strategic ops. That's on page 436 of the agenda packet. And I noticed that is looking a little interesting too, considering our actual expenditures is above our budgeted expenditures and our actual revenue is below our budgeted revenue. And I was curious if that was, well, maybe I'll let you get there first. Sorry. It's 436. Oh yeah, you're there. And I wasn't sure if that was from Racer or something else, and sort of why that trend is the way it is.
You want me to? So we were charging some items there and we've now moved everything into the general fund. So that fund is kind of settled at this point. But yes, there were some items that were before my time, but were being charged in there. I don't know the reason why, but charged to that that pot of money. And then now they're all incorporated into the general fund. So we're going to be holding that for now, where whatever that current fund balance is, I don't have off the top of my head, but there's not plans right now to be spending that.
So hopefully, you know, the next quarterly report will start to dip a little bit more. Is that what you're saying now that those expenditures have been?
It'll,
moved to
it
general fund?
should be held,
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, I was just curious. I mean, that was
No,
one of
good
the things that
questions.
popped up.
I mean,
so-
we are going to continue to charge Racer, for example, to that fund.
Mhm.
Through the rest of this.
Oh, through the
biennium.
rest of the SCR. Yes, I'm thinking
Okay.
about 25, 26. Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I thought it might be Racer. I just couldn't
Yes.
remember off the top of my head why that disparity might be, but thank you for your questions and thank you for all your work.
Anything else?
Thank you, Director Miller.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate your report.
I look forward to many meetings coming up with lots more numbers.
So exciting. Okay, so where are we now? Looks like we are at staff reports, Mr. City Manager.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. Okay, so council member reports and comments. We have Mayor Herbig with initiative number 2066 concerning access to natural gas for Washington homes and businesses.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to flag this for the council to see if there was an interest in the council taking a stance for or against initiative 2066. This is an initiative that would largely ban the regulation or it would cut off efforts to decarbonize homes and buildings and would require cities and counties and everybody to continue allowing the installation of natural gas in new construction. Of course, is being sold to the public as, you know, they're coming for your stove, which isn't what they're talking about. It's about new installations and all of that. We do know that natural gas is a major greenhouse gas. There's also health implications for people that live in houses with natural gas. And if we are to meet our climate goals that we've set for ourselves, natural gas does have to be part of the solution. And this initiative would directly undercut our ability to address and reach our climate plans. Sorry, I'm out of the weather. I'm under the weather today. Anyway, I was hoping that there might be some consensus on the council to bring back a resolution like we did with the one a few weeks back, and consider this as a council.
I see a majority with thumbs ups already without even asking. So I think it would be good to bring back.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Herbig.
I'll work with the city manager on scheduling that.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to take this moment to just, do we have, before we move into council comments, I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Lutzis for his AWC, Association of Washington Cities Certificate of Municipal Leadership. So congratulations on your completion of this really important program. We're so fortunate to have you as a dedicated council member to the city of Kenmore. So here is your certificate and thank you. Okay, so now I think we'll move into more normal order for council member comments. We'll start with Councilmember Culver.
Yes, thank you. I got 6 items, so buckle up. I will try to be with less than 5 minutes. I want to wish everyone a happy National Month of Renters. Renters make up 30% of our community, including thousands living just across the street from here at City Hall. It is a vital aspect of our affordable housing strategy, so I want to make sure that we are getting proper recognition as a constituent to our community. So I would like to have a proclamation to honor National Month for Renters. And I have some language ready as well, and I would please ask for a second.
I would second bringing that back.
Sweet, thank you. Thing number 2, congratulations on an order.
Point of order, I'm sorry. Not to be a stickler for the rules.
Yeah, sorry.
Just getting a
Thank you,
second
Mayor.
doesn't place something on the agenda. There still does need to be a consensus or majority agreeing to it.
Yeah, thank you. Is there consensus to bring back a proclamation for renters?
It's fine with me.
It looks like we have a majority. Or is it, there's no consent, just a majority?
It's a consensus or a majority.
Cool, good
We
flag.
have a
Thank you.
majority.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Congratulations are in order to Sound Transit. They opened several new stations recently on their right wheel a few weeks back, including Shoreline, Mount Lake Terrace, Linwood, which myself and Mayor Herbig got to ride recently. I can tell you it is an absolute delight to ride, and I am so glad to see all the great stuff they have been delivering as of late. Thing number 3, on a similar note, we heard about Sound Transit tonight with Core LFP, and I want to thank Jeff Snedden from over in Lake Forest Park, who came and spoke. I was there in the room last summer in LFP. There were some 500 folks in the community asking Sound Transit to consider their proposal, which would save gobs of money and gobs of trees, something we all hold near and dear, certainly. So they made the pitch to Lake Forest Park City Council and are getting traction both among their council and with Sound Transit's leadership, sounds like. So I would like to make a motion to bring them in here, to invite them to give us this pitch. Sounds like it's 20 minutes. Let's just hear them out. Let's see what they got. If we want to do anything after that, we can decide to. So I would like to move to direct staff to invite Core LFP to come talk about their pitch to Sound Transit for approximately 20 minutes. And I would kindly ask for a second.
I would second that. Is there, but it doesn't appear that we have even a majority based on thumbs that I can see here.
How many thumbs do we have, just for?
I think we're 2.
2 thumbs. 2 thumbs we got. All right, 10-4. We'll keep going. What is this, number 3 or 4? North Shore Fire, more congratulations are in order. I want to congratulate them on their levy, which passed with 63% in the August primary, which this body endorsed and which I was part of the pro committee for. I do want to flag early for folks, which has gotten a few mentions. They will be moving forward with a regional fire authority early next year, going to the ballot. I would like to get out in front of this early to talk about and potentially endorse, just so we have plenty of time to absorb it and circulate it with the community. So I would move to direct staff to prepare a resolution for consideration endorsing the North Shore Fire Regional Fire Authority, and I would kindly ask for a second. Okay. Do we
have, Councilmember Shrevenick has a question. And so does Mayor Herbig.
I think I would be supportive of it. I haven't seen the proposal, so I guess I'm kind of deferring judgment until I actually see something.
Yeah, I think we bring it to talk about.
Yeah, Mayor Herbig.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite ripe for discussion until there actually is an initiative on the ballot and there's actually language. Once that happens, I think it's totally appropriate for us to take a look at it.
Okay, for the purposes of tonight, maybe could we direct staff to bring that once it's ready? That sound okay?
I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Ship it. Thank y'all. All right, 2 more. You're doing great. I'm doing great, whatever. We heard a few folks bring up the Kenmore Elementary bus stop. I don't even know all the details here, but I've heard enough people speak about it, and sounds like there was a meeting tonight, which I am not up to date on the latest, but I think that's a thing that we should at least understand better and potentially weigh in on. So I would ask for a motion to bring a little more visibility to that. I would move to direct staff to invite a potentially non-exclusive list of the principal, school board directors, and anyone else appropriate to come walk and understand that transit route and ask that they consider granting the exception. And I would kindly ask for a second.
Councilmember Marshall has raised his hand.
I second that to the extent that I'm in support if we have a consensus here of the city writing a diplomatic and encouraging letter to see if the North Shore School District can revisit its decision. We know they're in a tough spot, but please try and look at helping these kids out. I don't know about bringing the school staff and everybody in there. I don't need them to be here to make the decision that I support helping these kids out.
Considering the timeliness of the issue, I think a letter would make sense. Councilmember Shrevenick?
Similar idea, or just asking them to tell us a little bit more about the rationale for the decision too. I don't want to presuppose that we understand that.
I called
Manager.
I called the school's superintendent about that just late last week, and he gave me their side of the story and the reasons why they're doing it. And in my opinion, it made sense. Hard decision, but school bus routes are only funded for a mile or more. This one, state funding, I should say. They only get state funding for school bus routes of a mile or more. This one they've been funding it anyway because there wasn't, continuous sidewalks all the way there. But with the improvements the city and Pulte have been doing over the years, they now have a fully sidewalked route to the school now. There were concerns that there were homeless encampments along the way. School district staff walked it with parents, and they determined that there were no homeless encampments between there and the elementary school. There was a concern that parents are working multiple jobs and they need to get to work early. And so they're looking at putting together a before school program to help with English as a second language so that they can drop their kids off earlier at school. And they are doing a temporary walking school bus. So you got school district staff coming to that spot and then walking with the kids and the parents to the school. That's only going to last a week or two, but they're trying to get them used to the route. But they said that mainly because, was mainly driven because of budget reasons, because their budget is so tight and the state only funds bus routes that are a mile or more. And they said that there's plenty other situations throughout the entire school district that are also under a mile that could also make the same argument. So it's a tough decision that they had to make.
I guess I would ask, knowing that this has been something the community really wants to hear from, could we ask staff to bring back a little more info to kind of elaborate on this? Or I see Mayor's hand up.
Mayor Herbeck.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, as much as I have sympathy for the parents, this is the same bus stop that my daughter used to use 12 years ago to get to Kenmore Elementary. At least I'm pretty sure that's the one that they're talking about. Things are very different than it was 12 years ago, and there are walking routes now. And I understand the frustration that the parents have finding this out at the last moment. But also, this is not a city issue. And I really do think that on some level, we need to have an understanding with folks as to what we control and what we don't. And I really feel like if we weigh in and if we step into stuff that is outside of our lane, A, it's not great for our relationship with the school district. B, it's not going to actually accomplish a whole lot. The only time we've ever messed with the school district when they're making decisions was around, they're talking about changing the line between Inglemore and Bothell. And that's the only time we've ever really weighed in when it comes to school district business outside of like levies and things. And I'm kind of loath to step into that because I can't say I'd be super happy if they came to us with something that we had reasons for doing and they push back on it. I get the issue, but there are safe routes now, and I'm hoping that the kids will adapt to that. I was walking, a similar distance uphill in elementary school myself. So, that's part of why we make these investments in the sidewalks, is to make it easier for kids to walk to school. And it's good for the planet for kids to walk to school. It's good for the kids to walk to school. I understand it's a change, but it's just not in our book of business. I'm not, I directed people to go talk to the school district when they were emailing me because that's the venue and those are the folks that they need to be talking to about this. I just don't think it's city business, just to be frank.
Councilmember Marshall.
And so I'm sort of joining with Councilmember Culver here, at least procedurally at any rate, but I absolutely respect what the mayor says, and I respect the school district's position and troubles. We do have some interactions and we do have some considerations that we give to the school district, in particular that boathouse and the consideration for the crew program. I would just hope that we can encourage them in a letter somehow to be able to try and address the situation, try and find somehow funding for a school bus. My kids went to Kenmore Elementary too, and this is a Title I school. Back when my kids were going there, it had some of the lowest test scores in the district, which meant that it needed the most help. And I think that applies to getting soaking wet in storms when you're trying to walk to school.
My comment is I'm curious if there's a bus that's still driving down that street and if it's full, if there's anything that this district can do. I support a letter saying that we support a bus on that street still. I'm not going to get in the weeds on it, but it's 0.2 of a mile less than a mile. But this is a street that's had a school bus historically, and if there's any possibility that they could add one stop to a bus that already exists, I'd certainly like them to be able to consider that. Councilmember Shrevenick has her hand raised.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Herbig for all the reasons that he stated, and I don't agree we should write them a letter in that way, but I would thank them for all the years that they provided us a bus, which is inconsistent with their policy and the funding. So they did it because we did not have the infrastructure, and now we do. And so their policy is equitable and took into consideration our unique position of not having the infrastructure. And so we are being treated the same way that other parts of the district and other parts of our city are being treated. And I support that.
Any other comments? I would actually like to see them, Councilmember Sassen.
Just quickly, I don't think we've heard a direct request from the community either way. And so in advance of, if we were to write a letter, or if even I were to personally write a letter, I wouldn't want to do so without the direct input of impacted community members.
One more thing.
City manager.
The school district superintendent did say they looked to see if there were any other buses that were on the way that could pick them up, and they said, no, they're all full.
I don't think we have a majority here based on what I can see. 1, 2, 3. We have 3. So there's a number 4 that we're looking at to pass something like this. So Councilmember Culver, do you have any other comments?
Yes, one more. And if we thought we were outside of our lane, y'all are gonna like this one. Well, Lake Point, we have a lot of people asking for testing. It's been an ongoing thing. This is a bit in ecology's department, but, and this is a bit in other departments probably, but our folks have been asking for this. We've heard comments from years in this seat and out in the audience. Heard a lot of folks asking for it. So I think it would be good to encourage, let's take ecology as one such entity to say, hey, we know there is, I'll be careful with my language, but we know that they have some tools in the tool belt for asking for testing. I'll put it that way. And I would like to see us formalize that into a request. So I would move to direct staff to prepare a letter to ecology, asking for them to conduct testing at Lake Point or to ask the folks at Lake Point to conduct testing. And I would kindly ask for a second.
I think we have staff already working on that. I think that this is actually in progress and our city manager gave an update on it earlier this evening. Councilmember Lutzis.
I was just going to say, I think this was made abundantly clear that before we enter into any purchase or any sort of process when it comes to Lake Point, that we do our due diligence and conduct testing. I think we've even received some grant funding to cover some of that due diligence. So this seems a little redundant to me if it's already slated for us to be doing.
I think good just to formalize it. So I would ask for a second.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
And again, I think this is a little backwards because basically we're imploring ecology to guide us in the kind of testing that we should be doing. We are not the experts. We don't tell ecology what to do. They're the state entity that tells us how to do the appropriate testing. So I think it's, I guess I'm uncomfortable with the direction that you're requesting.
And Councilmember Culver, I very much want extensive testing, and I think the rest of this council does at Lake Point. I think during this meeting right now, we're not prepared. This is not the time for us to direct staff on this. I think Councilmember Marshall.
I will say, if there's any way that ecology should be made to or investigate testing that would save us expense, that'd be great. But I'm not gonna put it to a direction right now, not knowing enough on it. I thought I heard at least some public comment that may have been accurate or may not regarding ecology and the birthing channel. Maybe there's something that addresses that, but that's not quite the area we're talking about. But I would leave it to the discretion of staff at this point with the idea. It's great to be thinking of, a savings or another entity that conduct testing other than us, but we of course have to, when we get to it, fully conduct our own testing at our own expense.
I'm not seeing force, so nothing further. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Okay, thanks to Councilmember Culver for bringing up the bus stop issue. I was going to bring that up, and thanks everybody for their considered vote. I definitely respect all the opinions. I want to thank Bridget Baker and Chief Moen for their great work in carrying out a code compliance issue on my street. And it was just very much needed and conducted with absolute professionalism that is very much appreciated by many members of the immediate neighborhood and community. It's great work, and sorry, I can't, they're not here in person. I don't expect them to be, but please, Mr. City Manager, convey that to them. It's excellent work. It's not perhaps glamorous or glorious. We gotta have it. They did brilliantly. Thank you.
Councilmember Sasson.
I don't have a whole lot. I'm hoping to sort of spare Mayor Herbig from having to talk about the press event at what was Mary's Place, and will, moving forward, has the approval of King County and Rod Dembowski in partnership with Lake City Partners to create a women's shelter, transitional housing for single women as they await permanent, likely communal housing. I thought that was completely brilliant. It was quite a phenomenal thing to watch that creative process happen. And our own city leadership had a lot to do with that. And I think our town will embrace the new model. So that's all I have.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, I totally agree with Councilmember Sasson. I'm super excited that we were able, well, our staff and county council and the budget folks there were able to figure out a path forward to keep that in the homeless housing arena. I have two quick things. In October sometime, I am trying to nail down exactly when, I believe we're going to be able to bring to our respective city councils the site selection process and actual sites that are being considered for a potential community center and pool for the NPRSA. So that is an exciting process that is moving forward. The second thing is based on an email that we all got about maintenance in a right of way that was going to be expensive. I would like to see if there's interest, and I should have shopped this before, but I didn't, in bringing back to this body a potential policy for cost sharing for when our request, in other words, the city's request for one-time maintenance in a right-of-way is excessive, and we could define what excessive is. I'm thinking of something in the order of 5,000 or something like that. So I just want to gauge if there's interest in bringing back a policy like that that would share the burden with the property owner on right-of-way maintenance.
I would second that, and also maybe add into that, look at the history of that policy too. I realized that it was only recently updated to sort of change that and maybe see if there were other paths forward that would reduce the burden on residents.
Okay, looks like we've got a majority on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, wonderful. Let's bring it back. Anything else, Councilmember Shrubnik? Okay, sorry. Councilmember Lutsis.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you to our planning commission for presenting this evening and all the work they do. Thank you to our city staff for helping to facilitate these meetings and all of the work that they do. And thank you to our residents for continuously showing up and making their voices heard.
Mayor Herbig.
Councilmember Sasson already covered the big one, which was the work with the King County Council to keep the old precinct working and helping people. Very exciting stuff. It was a busy last 6 weeks between summer concerts and farmers markets and all sorts of little city events here and there. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we had a really great staff putting together some really wonderful summer events. And it's kind of sad that summer's come to an end. And now we move on to other things like budget and comp plan. It's nice to see all of you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I will likely see all of you on Wednesday. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. I'm getting better and I shouldn't be contagious by then. But looking forward to working with you all through budget and comp plan. And that's all I have for right now.
Okay, and in light of the fact that it's 10:55 and I don't want to keep us much longer, I'm going to save my comments for next week. So thank you very much for a great meeting, everyone. This Kenmore City Council meeting is now adjourned.
So nice to see you.